New facial. So we'll be looking at another post on the Korean Eternity section about faces in Mabinogi and how they're going to be reworked in Unreal Engine. So Eternity supports 3-dimensional facial expressions. In this post, I'd like to take time to explain the new facial appearance of Eternity. So currently in Mabinogi, all eyes and mouths are implemented by rendering textures, 2D pictures, onto the face mesh 3D model. To put it simply, blinking eyes, beauty coupons, smiling faces, and crying faces are all implemented by replacing the textures that are rendered at the time. Okay, so this is showing how like the eyes and the face work. So you can see like the examples here and here, and this is like how blinking works. But it's already been 20 years since Militians have lived in Erin. In the meantime, the world has developed rapidly and the appearances of characters in games have become more standardized day by day. These days, games implement beautiful appearances with mesh molding rather than textures. Since textures are only 2D images, it is difficult to express 3-dimensionality or natural movements. Despite the painstaking efforts and research into extreme expressions possible with textures, there are fundamental limits to the range of expressions possible with textures. However, the data accumulated over decades of service and technical limitations of the old engine were holding us back, and it was difficult to proceed while modifying the structure of the game that was already in the midst of a fierce live service. But we are working on replacing it with Unreal Engine. If that's the case, wouldn't Mabinogi also be able to have characters with beautiful appearances like in modern games? Since we're making a new one anyway. But there are some things to consider first. So first, there is a cartoon-like emotional expression unique to Mabinogi that is only possible with textures. This kind of expression is hard to make with mesh, and even if you do, it doesn't have the unique feel of a texture. I mentioned earlier that it's hard to bring out a sense of 3-dimensionality with texture, but in this case it's more natural expression to remove the sense of 3-dimensionality. If you look closely at the first expression in particular, the mouth is sticking out of the face, which you can see here, which is a very ambiguous part to make with mesh. Also, these cartoonish expressions are a unique sensibility of Mabinogi. And second, if you decide to express all the existing texture eyes with meshes, you can't help but think about the fate of the hundreds of existing texture eyes. Since it's a game that's been in service for a long time, there are cases where the resolution of old resources is low, causing a jagged staircase phenomenon in the eyebrows. Then there may be an option to upscale old texture resources, in which case there may be a slight change in impression. From the developer's point of view, the intention was to provide a clearer appearance by cleaning up with the lines and increasing the resolution, but the change in impression felt by the Militians was much greater than we expected. Therefore, even simple upscaling is an area that must be approached carefully. After much internal thought and discussion, we decided to remake all texture eyes in mesh form, except for the expression textures that appear briefly. We will do our best to minimize the difference in impression that will occur during this process. Because of the issues mentioned above, we couldn't completely abandon the eyes or mouths expressed with texture. We sought a way to express both. First of all, since the basic eye expression has changed from texture to mesh, the method of simply replacing the stickers to be attached to the mesh as shown above cannot be used. Instead, the mesh itself for the eye area needs to be replaced. To do this, Eternity had to separate the face part into eye, mouth, face, shape sections. So here you can see the 3 different sections. There's the face, and then there's the eyes, and then there's the mouth. In the future, instead of just replacing the stickers that go on the eyes or mouth area, you'll be replacing the eyes or chin itself. To continue with the following explanation, we first need to know about morphing. It's similar in 3D. It's a smooth connection between mesh in state A to mesh in state B. Morphing allows you to create a variety of expressions from a single eye-mouth mesh. For a completely different shaped eyes, such as Beauty Coupon, you must replace the mesh itself. So how do we express both mesh eyes and texture eyes through this morphing thing? From now on, Eternity's characters are Transformers. The purpose of this unidentified mask is as follows. So when making an expression that can only be expressed with this type of texture, the mask moves forward in front of the eyes through morphing, attaching texture to the advanced mask. When it returns to the default expression after a certain amount of time has passed, back again through morphing behind the eyes. This process allowed us to express both texture and mesh expressions as needed. And you can see how like the texture expression like pushes out and moves, it covers the eyes. So that's how that works. But in the actual game, it's processed in a split second, so you don't notice these processes. But like, this is what's really going on. That's cool. The mouth is processed in the same way as the eyes. So far, we have introduced you to Eternity's new facial system. How do you like it? I'm already excited to walk around in Erin with my new look. I hope you Militians like it too. So yeah, this was a very interesting read about like how faces currently work in Leon Engine and how they're going to work in Unreal Engine. Alright, let's look at another post in the Korean Eternity section. So, Mabinogi H-line skirt production. In this article, I will introduce the process of making a slim skirt, a type of skirt that is not commonly used in games. In the last post, the fact is that the Popo skirt is, that's covered in one of the other Eternity posts. We covered the process of combining key animation, physics, and retargeting to create a flowing skirt and hair. However, in Mabinogi, there are various costumes that are difficult to solve with this method alone. This time in particular, we'll talk about the process of expressing clothing such as the slim skirt that fits the legs perfectly. A short, slim skirt, usually above the knees, is often worn with skinning on the legs. What is skinning? It is a process of applying weights to the surface mesh of a 3D model so that it can move along with the bone that moves along the character. I think the stewardess costume would be the equivalent of the slim skirt example given above. You can see that there are no major problems even if you walk or sit down. So here you can see the stewardess costume. And there's the character like sitting. And there's the character moving. And you can see how like the skirt is moving with the character. So yeah, that looks really good. Among the slim skirts, the slim skirt that goes down to below the knees is not often used in character settings based on this book. An example would be the Eleanor New Look dress. I think the developers put a lot of thought into presenting as many different chairs as possible. It couldn't be helped. I created a skirt pattern using the method used in the Popo skirt is actually post, and then proceeded with skinning it. The skirt's natural form, which is attractive for its fitted feel on the legs, was not preserved, and instead it ended up looking too eerie, which was not what was intended. So here you can see what it looks like. This time I tried skinning the legs like I did for the stewardess costume. And here you can see what it looks like in this example. It kind of looks like the legs are kind of clipping through in the back maybe, I don't know. And maybe in like in the front, like kind of near the knees. When standing still, the fit is maintained, but when moving, the skin on the knees and thighs is exposed through the clothing. So yeah, I was right. So if you look at it, you can see like the skin coming through on the knees and like the back of their legs. It's like clipping through, that's bad. A sense of form, natural movement, unable to give up either one, I began to wonder if there was a way to express the advantages of both methods. Is there any way to maintain a fitted shape but prevent skin from poking through the knees and thighs? I installed an additional piece to assist with rotation according to the movement of the leg. Yeah, you don't want clipping through the actual skirt or clothing because that just doesn't look good. However, I was not able to get satisfactory results because the texture between the legs was excessively stretched. Splitting the skirt mesh did not stop the map from growing. So you can see how like it's too stretched out, like right here. To compensate for the excessive stretching of the texture, I set up an additional bone that only follows 70% of the leg movement when the leg moves along a certain axis. But it's not easy. Problems still occur. Like you can see in this, that still looks a little stretched out down here. It doesn't look good. Though it responded to the rotation of the body, it did not respond to the change in length, so the shape of the skirt became even more strange. There were more problems than I can list in the text. We added nodes that respond to changes in the length of the main body and control the length of the auxiliary body, and we did some additional work on some parts and tested them. So you can see like a picture here where like the skin of the knee and part of the leg is like coming through the skirt, and here it's not. In the test environment, it seems to have been somewhat resolved. So this looks a little bit better in this example. It's not perfect, but it's better. How would this be applied in the in-game environment? Here's another example. Yeah, this looks a lot better. Although it's not as perfect as in reality, you can see that the shape of the skirt is maintained and the texture is greatly improved in stretching areas. The part where the skin was poking out also disappeared completely. So yeah, it doesn't look perfect, but it is a massive improvement over the other results. Let's compare the images when skinning was done only on the legs without additional bone settings, and when skinning was done after the additional bone settings. So this is what it looked like before, this is what it looked like after. Before, after. Yeah, you can see that this looks a lot better. Looking at the before and after images, it seems to have improved a lot. Of course, due to the nature of the game, there may still be some imperfect parts. But moving away from expressions like steel hair or steel skirts, we are constantly working to ensure that you, the Militians, can enjoy the show as beautifully as possible. So yeah, I think they're working really hard on this. Alright, let's look at another post in the Korean Eternity section of Mabinogi. So, high heel straps are not even. As you all know, there is a very strange phenomenon in Eren. It is a phenomenon where you are clearly wearing stockings, but when you change your shoes, they change into leggings. So here's the example. However, there are shoes that do not exhibit this strange phenomenon. So it only happens with like certain pairs of shoes, like with the bunny slippers, it's not happening, and then like with these shoes, it is. To explain this, let's take a quick detour and look at body structure of Militians. The body of Militian includes the feet. Because the basic foot shape was made flat, it was impossible to express a pointed toe like when wearing high heels. We have successfully implemented the method of hiding the base foot and attaching the high heels to the body. However, because the basic feet are artificially hidden, development proceeds with two problems. So 1, due to the absence of a basic foot, the shoe itself had to be designed to have a foot designed so that the instep is not visible, and 2, because the ankle connecting the leg and shoe was not smooth, the design of the ankle strap had to be included. Since the base foot was removed, it was impossible to wear high heels on bare feet. But this was solved by adding instep skin to the shoes. So that's how the strange phenomenon mentioned earlier occurred. What it looks like when you wear high heels that reveal the instep. From the development team's perspective, it was a bit awkward for the stockings to disappear when the instep was exposed. But in order to solve this, depending on the type of item, a new system had to be built to allow for separate shader code to be executed. When rendering the instep skin of the shoe, we also needed the ability to reference the foot texture on the outfit. It was impossible to solve these problems in Leon Engine, which has a lot of legacy code woven into it. However, Eternity's Unreal Engine supports all the features mentioned above. Design constraints 1 and 2 have been removed. The screenshot below is the result of testing the Love Island decoration shoes by making them in the Eternity high heel modeling method. You can see that the stockings and shoes are worn together, but they are still connected at the ankle without any break. So when wearing Love Island decoration shoes with Love Island decoration wear and Street Magician outfit and stockings. So here you can see that the problem isn't happening anymore. The new high heels from Eternity will be more attractive and natural as shown in the example above. So yeah, it's nice they're fixing little outfit glitches like this. Should give a lot more fashion choices when we move to Eternity. Alright, let's look at another post in the Korean Eternity section. So this one's walking into Unreal, Tara's construction. In the early stages of the move, we prioritized concerns like how can we implement the unique sensibility of Mabinogi in Unreal Engine. Just when we thought we could catch our breath after achieving small but meaningful results, we were immediately faced with the mission to rebuild a massive amount of buildings that had been produced over 20 years ago. Really, we got stuck in a swamp of production that seemed to have no end. The workload was overwhelming, but because each building had its own unique theme and identity, we had no choice but to personally create each one with great care. So here we can see some of the buildings in Dumbarton. There were buildings with elaborate patterns all over the city, and the problem was that there was really a lot of them. So modularize it. So that's how the modularization process started. Fortunately, Tara was a city with standardized designs, so it was possible to plan the separation and reorganization of buildings. Thanks to this, we were able to plan an efficient work process, and the background team was able to get one step closer to completing the reconstruction mission. What is modularization? Modularization is a game production method that divides various elements that make up a 3D environment into small reusable units, or modules, and combines these into various configurations to create environments or structures. Each module has a basic structure, and by placing or combining several of them, it is possible to create complex backgrounds. For example, by combining several types of wall sets and columns and stairs to fill in the gaps, you can create several buildings of various sizes. So this shows you like an example of what you can combine and how it can like make a building. So that looks really good. So I tried to generate an example of modularization using AI. It's similar but not exact. So yeah, it looks good, but it's not exactly like it should be for Mabinogi. So first gather buildings with the same theme, then figure out what can be used repeatedly for each building with that theme, and consider width, height, depth, design, features, etc. to plan how to divide them. Then start with a large classification and narrow it down to details. Then reverse assemble them to check if there are any things you missed during the division. It may look like it will be easy when you see the image, but since Mabinogi was not designed to be modular from the beginning, it is actually much more difficult than you might think. It seems complicated. Is there a reason for modularizing it to this extent? The first is efficiency. Since you can combine multiple modules to create various shapes, you can produce a variety of products while reducing repetitive work. You only need to work on one set of modules, and you can create multiple building combinations with it. The second is flexibility in design changes. Modification of one module automatically reflects everywhere that the module is used, so design changes can be applied in batches. In addition, the modular system is advantageous in applying various concept styles. For example, applying different concepts and colors to the same wall module can produce results with different moods. The third one helps with optimization. Many objects affect performance when rendered. Using modular backgrounds reduces redundant data and allows you to load and render some of them as needed, which helps optimize performance. You can improve performance by loading only modules needed in certain areas to minimize memory usage, and dynamically loading modules according to the camera's view. And the fourth is reusability. Modular parts can be reused in completely different environments, allowing content creation while maintaining a consistent identity. The same modular structure of windows, doors, and building walls used in Tara can be applied to other towns in the future. Even if it cannot be used in the towns currently produced due to the concept implementation issues, it can be used as a foundation for new content that will be updated in the future, allowing for smoother world building. So here you can see what some of the buildings in Tara will look like in Unreal Engine. These are the Tara buildings that have actually been modularized. We are putting a lot of effort into making them efficient while maintaining quality. Can you imagine what the new Tara will look like? We are diligently continuing to accumulate architectural know-how so that we can simultaneously take advantage of the original identity of Mabinogi's background and the new environment called Unreal. In this way, Mabinogi's background is continuously being built and expanded with various attempts and considerations, so we ask for your interest and support. So yeah, this was a really good post. It's nice to see what some of these buildings will look like in Unreal Engine. Alright, let's play Mabinogi. And now that I finally remembered how we actually get our Arcana skills, we are going to dive even deeper into Blast Lancer. So I think we can learn most of these, if not all of them, because we're level 10. And we already have a link unlocked. And this is the last one. So it looks like this is the only skill we can level up right now. Oh, if we level that, we get to level a bunch of these ones. That's nice. Okay, so this is like the reload skill. This is for recharging our shells. I have to figure out how I want everything set up. Let's go ahead and switch over here real quick, because that's where we're gonna put a lot of our Arcana skills. So maybe recharge shells should go here. That's usually where I keep the reload button when I use dual gun stuff. And let's go test out some of these skills already and figure out how I want them set up, and also how I want them mixed with my normal lance skills. Okay, so that takes a little while to reload, but we got it. Let's see how this one feels. Does that have like a lot of range or anything? No, that's super close. Okay, what about... This feels like it'd be good on 3, if it does what I think it does. Yeah, that's a 3. I want to try that out, maybe. What about Blast Zone? Okay, let's try being a little bit closer here. Okay, we're gonna try Drill Charge. Alright. So, a lot of these involve being pretty close to the enemy. I haven't seen anything that like jumps out at the enemy. What about Dreadnought Burst? So a lot of these things don't really have range. What about Blaze of Glory? It's kind of hard to tell the difference between that and Dreadnought Burst. Those look kind of similar. So yeah, I need to decide where I want everything. Maybe Blast Zone could be a 2. And maybe 7 and 8 for these. We still don't have a place for Drill Charge. What do we still have to add here? One, two, three, four, 5. One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so 3 more skill. So 2 more skills. So Relentless Thrust and Drill Charge. Maybe Drill Charge could be a 4. Let's try something like that. And then we also have normal lance skills that we need to take care of, so okay, I think Lance Charge is going to be a 6. Impact can be a 1. No, I want 7 to be the Lance Sleep, actually. So yeah, we'll reposition those skills. Because I want it to kind of feel like okay, and then we should have something for a counter, so let's put Stampede doesn't work with a yeah, that doesn't work with a lance. I forget if windmill works. Yeah, it does. With that, cool. Welcome in, Saint Rats. I'm setting up my skill bar for the explosive vanguard stuff. Let's see. So, what about... Let's put these two on 8 and 9, I think. And we have 2 slots left. Oh, it's awesome that you got the PC today. Hopefully, it was delivered safely. I'd be so worried about ordering a PC that's like already fully built online. Oh, ships. Oh, okay. Well, then I guess your worrying can only begin. Because now it's on the move. I think last zone should be maybe... We could try it out over here. It's kind of a shame I don't have room for windmill on here. Just to use it on occasion. But that's alright. So what am I missing? I think I pretty much have everything set up the way I want it. I guess I could put windmill like way over here or something like that, but... I was thinking about maybe having a salt slash over there, but I don't know. Well, let's see how good this works out for now. Now I have a mixture of like lance combat stuff and the blast lancer stuff. So we can do that from a distance. And then if we want to do big damage, we can use these. Oh, he did sort of dash forward that one. I want to see how far he lunges forward for that attack. Oh, not very much. Okay. This time I'm going to try holding down the button for that one. I'm going to try holding down 4 because some skills are like that. No? Okay. He doesn't even really go in the targeted enemy's direction. He's sort of... Okay. So yeah, it's not much of a dash. Just a little bit, and you have to be very close. Well, that's weird. He doesn't even go in the direction of the enemy sometimes. There we go. Honestly, I think I'm gonna put windmill in place of lance counter because lance counter is kind of useless. You can't, I don't think you can use the Oh, you can use normal count. No, he switches back to the other weapon, so you can't counter with Lance like that. I think Windmill's a better counter than Lance counter is. Yeah, and that's good. That lets me get away from the enemies if I need to. Then we have that one. Whoa, that takes up a lot of mana bullets. My mana bullets go down by 10 when I use that? I gotta take a look at reload when I do that again. Oh, so that's sort of good if you're surrounded, because it, like, it creates a burst all around you. Okay. Let's try that one more time. Try 5 next. That one just looks like it's 2 jabs. Oh wait, did my number of shells go up when I used that? Okay. So that can increase the number of shells that you have. Does that... It's not consuming my mana bullets. But that one's good for building up mana shells. Nice. Wait, what's the red bar do? I don't even remember. Okay, so it's sort of like how Dark Diviner has that move where you can turn, like, mana into Dorcha and Dorcha into mana. That's nice. Oh, okay, so Blaze of Glory consumed some of the red bar. Can I use the Relentless Thrust skill when I'm out completely? No, I have to have something loaded up. Oops. Yeah, you can still do that. Alright, I think we have Blast Lancer mostly set up the way I want it. That was a lame dash forward. Let's test it against something stronger that might have a chance of living. We might be a little too strong for them now, but let's see if it'll work on those wild trolls. Because I want to try knocking them down without defeating them to decide, like, whether or not I should maybe add Assault Slash here or something. So I could use a weaker skill like that and then get him that way. Oh, okay, you're just gonna stay over there? That's fine. And then what if we get... Oops, no? Okay, 4. That one's kind of tricky. That pretty much one-shots him. Honestly, I don't think we're gonna see a real test unless I go to a veteran dungeon. And even though I think Xanafiedlion is a little underprepared for that, that's what we're gonna do next. As long as it's not like Pika or something like that, then we'll take our chances. Because I want to see how well this does. Yeah, what do we have today? Berry Veteran Dungeon. Yeah, we can give that a try. That's such a small gauge for the thing. I wonder if I should keep it somewhere else. Like, where do I even want to put this? Maybe I could try right there, underneath Xanacat. Or maybe even in front of him. Could try something like that for now. And also, since giants can wield the lance with one hand, I can increase my defense if I use my shield too. Alright, let's give it a shot. Let's go to Berry Dungeon. And actually, I'm surprised I haven't done so already, but I should give Xanafiedlion a damage skin. I just started keeping these in a pet so I don't have to have it take up inventory space. Let's give him this one for now. Where's my totem bag? There we go. Alright, let's see how well this does. Well, that one did a little bit of damage. Put a little dent in their health. Maybe target that bat. I'm trying to play it safe right now. Jeez, that's twice that skill's failed. Okay. We're gonna try maybe attacking that spider next. Ooh, and I got the bat too. Bat's a little bit angrier than the spider about that. Okay, put some up. Oh, I can use that multiple times, okay. Because I did like 2 thrusts with it. Not sure why Lance Charge keeps messing up. There we go, finally a success. Then we recharge. Nice. Yeah, so use this as a standard attack to build up mana shells. Okay, I guess that one also consumes that red gauge too. And then we have to reload. There. Okay, yeah, so we should put Assault Slash on here because we're knocking down a lot of enemies. Let's go and try that out. Move this key thing down here. Jeez, I can barely move with all these guys here. Yeah, so far this doesn't handle too bad. Does a lot of damage. I'm kind of thinking maybe I could try putting charge on like F3 up there. I don't know if I'll finish this veteran dungeon. This is more just a see how it goes sort of situation. Wait, why would Lance Charge be on cooldown? I didn't use that one. Hope that reload gets faster as we level that up. It does take a little bit of time. So when I use charge, it also counts as using Lance Charge. Those two skills are for some reason linked. It's kind of silly, but okay. Okay, so you have to have more than 3 mana shells, I guess, to reload. Well, to use the Relentless Thrust. I mean, so far the damage on this is really high, and that's basically what I read in Korea, was that, like, Blast Lancer did, like, really high damage, but it was a lot better when you were dealing with fewer enemies. Whereas, like, something like Dark Diviner, that's great for attacking multiple enemies all around you all the time. But this is more of a one-on-one sort of thing. Yeah, that can give some pushback. But it looks like 8 and 9, these two skills, they consume like a ton of the gauge here. Okay, I think that was good enough for a test run. And the skills aren't even fully leveled yet, so... Be interesting to see how much damage those do at rank 1. But overall, yeah, big damage, especially considering the skills are still rank C, D, E, and F. So it's already holding up fairly well.
날이 시원찮은데 집시나 좀 올려볼까?
But next, let's jump into some Grandmaster tests, because we gotta do those today. Because next we're going to aim for Dark Diviner and Elemental Knight. So... Oh, before I do that, can I talk to... I need to remember to do my stuff at this silly camp. How much progress can I make befriending Kana today? Is that something I can do daily? Let's talk about our missions. Let's talk about cooking then. Okay, there we go. Went up a little bit. Nice. So I guess I'll just have to talk to her daily. And slowly get that up. What a pain. Oh wait, I don't need to do the Kana stuff anymore. We have the skill. But don't I solve the quest? Yes I do. I think I see what happens. When I use that item that gives you, like 10 of the, 10 of the, Grandmaster seals for, like, whatever Arcana you pick, it gives you, like, 10 seals. I picked Dark Diviner, so it gave me 10 seals for Mage and for Chain Slasher, and it also buffed up a bunch of skills, I guess. Well, I guess that's one way to cheat to learn the Chain Master skill, the Chain Slasher skill. But let's work on Warrior. Defeat 100 goblins, Guardian of Avon, and single player Shadow Mission. That's all easy. Aren't goblins in like CR dungeon or something? I think that one has a lot of them. Change our gear real quick, and then we'll equip the sword and shield for now, and then we'll do, we'll use the staff here. We'll use a combination of magic and some fighter skills. Here's the real skill to that. After Final Strike wore off, I completed the mission single-handed because I was drinking my coffee. Oh, wait, actually, if I'm gonna do the Avon thing, I should keep these equipped, actually. How many Adventure Seals do I have? 11? We have enough. Still need to do more dailies for Adventure Seals, but at least we have enough. I know I need to work on Stardust more, but there's bonuses on Friday, so we'll focus on that a lot on Friday, I think. Oh, what kind of scythe do they sell? That's cool. Devil Slayer. 30 to 55. Huh. It's kind of cool, I guess. Okay, Guardian of Avon. Go ahead and get that. Okay, we'll just send the boss quickly, so, Meteor. Done. One shot. Enchant scroll. Oh right, and the goblins. So, for that one, defeat 100 goblins. I guess we defeated 2 somewhere. Wonder where those were. But I think CR Dungeon has a lot of them, so let's go there. Okay, let's see if we can get a dungeon pass. It's random, but I have a good chance of pulling at least one. There we go. Let's get rid of some of the crap in my inventory. Okay, we can delete that. I think I'm out of pumpkin seeds now. Yep. But we have some cabbage seeds we can use. Use those. So these ones will take 2.5 hours, the pumpkins will take 3 hours. And then we can get that homestead stone later when we come back. Okay, so let's try CR advanced. Actually, I do need that phoenix feather. Wait, did I pick it up? I do have to revive that one pet. Maybe it vanished before I could get to it. I know there are a lot of goblins in the normal version of this dungeon, I think, but it doesn't look like there are very many in the advanced version. That's alright. They still pay well. Oh, there's the boss room. Guess I'll have to run this dungeon on normal mode. Goblins? At least I'm also getting the Sickle Laghodessa points for the transformation, so that's kind of nice too. Not a complete waste. I never did put the beast transformation up here on F5 like I usually do. That does give a small mana boost, it's nice. Hey, fine leather. Good find. Okay, this room's useless, that's rare. So the next room is gonna have the boss key. Yeah, just some Ratman and a Golem. Done. Okay, so let's try the dungeon on normal mode then. Because if I remember correctly, this one has goblins. I guess just not the advanced version. Yeah, it may have been a fairy dungeon that I'm remembering. Hard to keep track of all the monsters. Oh, here's some goblins. They didn't show up until later, but they're here. I'm also remembering CR Dungeon when it was longer before like all the dungeon revamps too, so that's probably why there's less goblins showing up here. And really quick, let's check the official site and see if there's any new news posts, and then I also want to see like which dungeon will have the most goblins for me to hunt. Okay, let's switch to the cat. So, maintenance on the 24th. That's gonna go on from 5 to 10, so this one's starting a little bit earlier than usual. That happens sometimes. The summer shopkeepers sale shopping bags are disappearing, so get those before 5 a.m. There's a Windows update and weekly server upkeep, and the talent icons for Arcanas were slightly misaligned, so they're fixing a few things. And goblins, so it looks like these can be found in Albi Dungeon in Ternanog, CR Normal, CR Hard Mode Advanced, and Fairy Normal. Okay. So let's see how common they are in Fairy Normal compared to CR Normal. Fairy Dungeon is supposed to be like a later dungeon, so technically the normal version of that should be more difficult and longer than CR. Oh, I do have one more unrestricted pass. Cool. I didn't think I had one. I missed that one down there. So, I could try CR Hard Mode Advanced if Fairy doesn't have a lot. So let's see what they have. Okay, this is 2 floors. Goblins might be a floor 2 enemy. I haven't run into them yet. I know they're here because the wiki also confirms that they're here. Okay, floor 2. Okay, here's some goblins, so they appear when we get down here. Alright, luckily floor 2 had enough goblins to finish out that quest. So we're gonna go turn in the Grandmaster quests and get 3 more seals for Warrior, and then I guess we're going to go to the Association Room and start on the story for Dark Diviner. Get that too. Because I really like the Dark Diviner skills. Okay, we'll check those off. And then off to the Association Room. So promising candidates for Dark Diviner. Yeah, let's do that. So far today has been going pretty good. This morning I finished reading the Shadow of Kyoshi book, the second Kyoshi book. I finally finished those. Then after that I cleaned cat boxes. Like, I clean 6 cat boxes every day, because there are like 6 of them, because there are like 7 cats or so that live in the house. Surprisingly, they crap a lot. And also, they usually... One of them is kind of fat and old, so there's always usually at least like one surprise waiting for me in the living room to be picked up, you know? So that's always nice too. I really appreciate that. But yeah, as for the book, though, the books, like, I loved both the Kyoshi books. I highly recommend them to anyone. It's by far some of the most interesting, like, fantasy reading that I've ever, like, had in a long time. It was great. I was, like, 40 pages away from the end, when I started this morning, so I read like the last like 40 or so pages of it. No regrets. I think Rowan is in the Hanging Garden. Oh wait, maybe I need to talk to the servant, because he probably saw which way she went. Yeah, there she is. The first time I did this quest, I spent about like 20 minutes trying to figure it out, because like, who doesn't want food? But no, I guess she just wanted the flowers back. And then back to lower. No, I just have a lot of the music from the various different versions of Mabinogi playing. Like, there's a lot of cool tracks from mobile and stuff like that, so... Plus the in-game music breaks all the time, so I can't really rely on that. Yeah, there's a, I think they're a Korean YouTuber that like remixed some of the tracks in 8-bit. I do have a link to their channel underneath my credits panel. So they're actually pretty good. Yeah, Longa Dungeon does have one of the best tracks. I listened to that track a lot in my early Mabby days too, because like when I didn't know how to do anything in the game, I just spent most of my time like in Philia or just on the outskirts of Philia, and then I would run Longa Dungeon for gold. And that would be my primary source of income back then. So I heard that track a lot. Three MP500 potions. Sure, I can make them. And, wait a minute, so... I could probably actually craft those. I don't think I would need to... Let's see how difficult those are to craft. MP500. Oh, I need a 4-leaf clover? Nah, forget that. Deliver. Okay, I'll just buy him then, who cares? Yeah, I just did a little bit of work unlocking Explosive Vanguard or Blast Lancer, but I do want to get into Dark Diviner. Dark Diviner is still my favorite Arcana talent. I haven't played Sacred Guardian quite yet, but Dark Diviner so far is my favorite. I love being a mage. Okay, we just need 3 of these. So we'll purchase individually. 1, 2, 3. That'll cost a little under 20k. And done. And I give it to her, so I guess I'll talk to her. Yeah, and actually before there wasn't really enough like Mabinogi music that because I only picked mostly tracks that I liked from the original game, and then a lot of the tracks from mobile and stuff. But before there wasn't like a whole lot, so like I used to play just good like copyright free like medieval type lo-fi music. There were some cool channels that let me do that. Beltane stuff is annoying. The only Beltane mission I really like is Nowhere to Run, and that's mostly because it requires like no brain power at all. Just run around and toss fireballs at zombies. Alright, we're gonna get to try out our skills. Thunderblade is very useful. Okay, who are we talking to next? Flower again? Purple Torture Crystal. Okay, use that. This is like the story of when she first discovered her Arcana abilities. Yeah, I was gonna say it does have a pretty cool soundtrack. I kind of wish the continent of Ulad was like fleshed out a little bit more though. Like it'd be kind of cool to know what's down there where all those trees are, to just jump off this cliff and explore a forest. Oh, that bear is fast. Got him. Let's put him on ice. Wait, low out of range. So wait, what's the, okay, complete the first Slink quest. But now Dark Diviner is open to us. And it's currently active. If I want to switch, it costs 100 AP. So yeah, we'll stay Dark Diviner for a little bit. And really quick, I will be right back and then we'll set up the skills. Okay, so let's take a look at Dark Diviner here. And we're actually going to get some stat boosts for learning these. That's kind of cool. Okay, I can't learn Render Mana until later. So all these ones are a little bit later on. And I'm not going to be putting my Dark Diviner skills over here. We're going to be just stacking them on top of my mage stuff, so... I may need to check in on Xanafiedlion Echo again to remember where I put everything, but I'm pretty sure... Thunderblight was on F5. I know Shadow Flare was on F4. And then... I think this one was probably F8. And then... I put Inspiration on F9 for this one. And of course Snapcast goes in the same spot. And then Dorcha conversion, mana conversion, go there. And Lightning Rod, of course, will go on F10. So yeah, finally getting my Dark Diviner skills back. Oh, what, the one over here? The one over here you can get by messing around in your options. Let's see, gameplay. Well, it's probably in display, right? Pretty sure it's like one of these two or something. Or... But yeah, you can have yeah, but you can add an extra one here, and then like when I click on this, I can switch over to this one, and then that gives more. So you can switch back and forth like that. And also you can assign a hotkey to just switch back and forth between these two without clicking. Like this one's plus. Yeah, this one's control plus. Looks like that's the hotkey for it. It feels like eventually you kind of have to add this because there are just so many skills in the game, like the number of Arcana skills are just increasing. I kind of wish they would add options to like maybe have 10 different bars to rotate through on like this one instead of 8. Like just increase the number of skill bars we can have here. But whatever, it works. Okay, we have over 5,000 AP, so that's good. How much durability? Plenty. And we have a lot of these potions. So what I think I want to do... I want to do the flash launcher Dan test for my dual gun. Because my dual gun skill level probably affect Blast Lancer. And also, I need to run a Baltane mission on Elite. Power level. Let's do the Dan tests first, though. Doesn't really matter which one I do first. Yeah, those zombies in Nowhere to Run on Elite, like, that's a good way to shoot up a bunch of levels in, like, no time at all. That's the only reason I like it. Dual gun skill. Flash launcher Dan 1. Okay, we don't need all this like that. Actually, flash launcher was in the right spot, but that's okay. So... flash launcher right over here. And then I'll equip reload and wave the gun. And then we'll just add crisis escape. Oh, there's no light step on to refresh the skill instantly, so I just have to wait for the skills cooldown? Okay. It's fine, I guess. Okay, there we go. With 2 minutes and 55 seconds to spare. So Dan 1, and this increases the damage from 1300% to 1400%. And the splash radius and cooldown stay the same though. Oh, right, need to get some XP on the skill. So for training that up... Yeah, okay. Dual guns. I need to do one final upgrade on those soon. Let's use the foxes at Philia. Oh, reload still isn't rank 1 yet. Okay, time for the next stand test. And same thing, I need to get an S rank, so... I think this time we have to get 9,000 points. Just add way of the gun, reload, and... crisis escape. And pretty much the same result as last time. Last time, when I finished, I had 2 minutes and 55 seconds remaining. This one's 2 minutes and 54 seconds. So basically the same result. Then we have 2 of those coupons. So in S rank one more time, and then Dan 2. Then we can take the first Dan 3 test and finish it out tomorrow. Let's go dual guns. Kind of annoying that I have to rearrange my skills every time. But not a big deal. Just a vague inconvenience. So the idea is to get as many of them with splash damage as possible. Luckily, it doesn't really matter that much. This is one of the easier Dan tests. And done. So the damage goes up from 1400% to 1512%. And again, the splash radius and cooldown stay the same. Okay, let's go train it up at Philly again. Maybe this time I'll actually run Longa Dungeon to train it up. That'll be fun. This is why I wish they would add veteran modes for the castle dungeons and the idiot dungeons, because aside from collecting points on transformations and maybe a few story quests, there really just isn't any reason to do any of the castle dungeons or the dungeons in Idia anymore, and that's kind of sad. Wait, I wonder if these walls have anything meaningful? No, this is just stone. Okay. But, like, the wall art is so cool here. You can see all these people praying to some sort of wind god or something, and it looks like there are air currents above them. So it kind of symbolizes the elves becoming falcons, maybe. And then on the other side we have all these humans bowing down to some dark shadowy figure, and we see these big statues like above them, almost as if like they're being granted the power of the giants, becoming beasts. Yeah, I'm gonna run Longa for fun to train up and get the XP I need for Flash Launcher for my next sand test. But one thing I love about Longa is, like, it shows the history for the elves becoming Falcon and Beast. Aside from that, it just looks really cool because they give you, like, right now it feels like I'm walking through a collapsing tomb of, like, an ancient pharaoh or something. This dungeon would actually be pretty scary for, like, a zombie killer game, too, or something like that. Just have, like, some mummy all of a sudden come around the corner and, like, swarm me or something. Okay, we're mostly gonna use Flash Launcher here. Oh yeah, it almost has enough XP already. And back then, this dungeon used to take longer, actually, because back then it was a little bit more rare to have a pet or a mount. So, I mean, like, you'd be running through these halls. You wouldn't be, like, on a horse all the time. And sometimes if you were an elf, like in my case, you'd stop and wait because your human friends were really, really slow. So they were like way behind, and you'd stop for 10 seconds and wait for them to catch up. Like they're out of shape or fat or something, but no, the elves are just faster. It also took me a while to realize that the eyes on this platform here point like the right directions to go too. Like I didn't realize that when I was a teenager playing it. Well, I mean I did realize it, but not immediately, not in my first year. Because back then I was just thinking, ooh, cool medieval game, you know, I'm gonna run around with a sword and slay monsters, you know, just be a random hero, have fun. It wasn't really putting too much thought into anything else. And, also, you know, Neo also probably kept a lot of the male players coming back. I can't imagine why, though. because like in my opinion, that's all that really mattered to a typical guy in their teens in high school or whatever, right? Just slaying things with swords and cute anime girls. That was pretty much it. It wasn't really that complicated. Watch DBZ, watch superhero shows, fight things with swords, and like watch anime. That was life. I don't know if that's the case like today, but that's how it was back in my day. Well, that and Pokemon. Pokemon was also popular too. I mean, like, that's why I'm a big One Piece fan. Oda gets it, you know, he writes stories that people want to see, you know, good story, but still about fighting, and he still has, like, really cute characters in it. And, like, he gave Luffy the power to stretch because he said that it would be convenient to have that kind of power, to just, like, be able to stretch his arms all over the place when working. Oops, we go this way. And done. So we have enough XP on that now? Yeah. Can take the first Dan 3 test on that today, and then can do the second Dan 3 test on that tomorrow. Yeah, great dungeon. This is why Albi Dungeon and Ternanog and Longa Dungeon are my favorites, not just because they're really, really cool looking on the inside, but also because the walls in there have art that kind of show important, like, lore history. Like, this one has lore about the possible transformations for elves and giants, so Falcon and Beast, and Albi Dungeon in Ternanog has, like, symbolisms for, like, Dark Knight everywhere. Like a person, like, trapped in a snake, it shows that on a wall because the Dark Knight armor is sort of like a symbiote being that's alive. So I love all the little hints like that. I guess Maze and Karu also have some stuff on the walls too. I think that's just more about the humans that settled in Idia or whatever. Karu Dungeon would be nice if it wasn't so long. It's like 5 floors. Going after the glowing transformations, that's the only thing that takes it off my list for being my favorite dungeon. Or one of my favorites. It is kind of cool, though, how the floors in Longa Maze Dungeon almost look like a circuit board or something. They're like made of glass and they have that pattern on it. That part of it's really cool. Yeah, pretty much, I mean, like, for the most part, all the dungeons have really good music. There's definitely some music tracks I prefer over others, but, like, overall, most of the dungeon music in the game is pretty great. Oh right, I need to use my other coupon. That's why I can't take the test. Because I have this. There we go. That's why I'm also kind of hoping Project Eternity, like, they're gonna have to go over everything in Unreal, so I'm kind of hoping when they go over Idia and Unreal, they're going to realize, like, oh crap, this place is abandoned. We haven't really added anything in here in like over 10 years. And hopefully that will make them include Idia in more of their future updates. There was a really cool, like, survival type of update, where you have to survive the harsh conditions of Idia or something like that in Korea, like a couple months ago. So I'm looking forward to seeing how that event goes over here. So it looks like they're trying out some new ideas. Yeah, like, it would be nice if when we get a ton of players, there was like a reason to make players want to spend time on the second half of the map for the game in Idia. Because we're gonna have a lot more lag problems if everyone's still glued to Dunbarton after the Eternity update. I mean, just think about it, like, how many people stick around Dunbarton when you play Mabinogi? Probably around 70–80% of the player base is in Dunbarton, like, almost all the time. They go out for their shadow missions, they come back. We need events in other locations, and we need motivation to stay in other towns and areas of the game. I mean, imagine if every single channel in the game was like channel 1 of Dumbarton now. That's what it would be like if everyone still glued to Dumbarton after Unreal. It'd be like every channel was the shopping channel. With all that lag and all that clutter in one spot. And we're already done with over 2 minutes to spare. So yeah, SS rank. Give me no problem getting to Dan 3. So we'll finish that out tomorrow. Let's use these gem boxes too. What's this thing? Oh, that's for support puppet. It has been a little while since I've checked in with the growth guide. Anything I can do with this? The Morning Star support puppet and some spirit gems. And a forgetful potion, star bag thingy. Bunch of other stuff. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use this Irusan support puppet appearance scroll on the star puppet. Because I like cat themed support puppets. Put that over there for now. Oh wow, and there's a bunch of crap I can claim from here too. Oh, including an additional advancement ticket, so maybe I can actually just get that to Dan 3 today. Sure, why not? Claim all. Oh, 2 additional advancement tickets, that's nice. Three, jeez. And luckily those don't have expiration dates. When do these expire? A day? Okay, I should do some bounty hunting then. Okay, so we're gonna get Flash Launcher to Dan 3 then. Grandmaster stuff. Wait, is that a brass one? Okay, that's a brass one. It's fine. Sure, I can find some use for it. Boarding candy is nice for those big overseas trips when I'm bringing goods from like Gulad to India. Alright, let's wrap up this last stand test. And done, with over 2.5 minutes left. Okay, Dan 3. And then we're gonna go do Nowhere to Run on Elite and Power Level. So this part will be pretty boring. But I need to level up. Use that crystal and we'll use one of those potions, Bunny Doll Bag, and that one. Staff. Oh, and one of the passes. Nowhere to Run. Elite. And there's our pass. And for 10 minutes, we'll get more XP thanks to that pet buff. I have no idea when Mabinogi Mobile will do like a global release, but I'm all for it. I think they're just waiting a little while because they want to be a little ahead of us in the story. Like, they have Bangor now, and I think Gen 1 is done over there, so maybe when they're most of the way through Gen 2 or something, they'll bring it over here. But yeah, I've heard nothing but positive things about Mabinogi Mobile. That's insanely good. At least I think so. But I think that also depends on the location too, because I think I heard something about like a lot of countries like Japan and China, a lot of people over there, mobile games are popular over there because a lot of them spend time like on the subway and stuff, or you know, so they play a lot of mobile games when they're commuting to work. Because some of them have like 20-30 minute commutes. But yeah, I keep hearing nothing but good things about Mabinogi Mobile. I haven't heard about it having any serious issues, so... And they have a desktop version too, so if that ever gets a global release, I'm going to be playing it a lot. From what I gather from the story for mobile, it seems like something happens with the soul stream and it gets destroyed or whatever, or broken when you join as a new player. Because I don't think, like, rebirth is a normal thing in Mabinogi Mobile. I think that's because this stream is messed up. That's good. I'm glad there are players that are in the NA that are willing to give it a chance. I know some people in the Mabinogi community are kind of concerned about it or something, or I don't know. I mean, I think when it comes out globally, the player population in Mabinogi might decrease for like a week or two while everyone's checking out the game, but overall it should draw more attention to this game overall. You know, I think there's gonna be a lot of people that play Mabinogi Mobile, and they're gonna like Google it, they're going to look up YouTube videos about it, and then they're gonna realize there are two Mabinogis, and that's gonna be good for... That's going to be good for us. That's gonna be good for our population. Like, the reality is the desktop version has a lot of features that a lot of players like. I don't think those players are gonna go anywhere anytime soon. Like, I'm looking forward to mobile for its differences and whatever, but there are gonna be elements in Mabinogi that in like the like this version that I'm always going to enjoy and prefer over mobile. So like, I have no problem balancing both. I'm sure I'll find things I like and dislike among both versions. One thing I am really curious about with Mabinogi Mobile is the bard system, though. Because I've seen players there with instruments, I've also seen, like, a piano in the game, so I'm wondering how the composing system will work in that game, and I'm also wondering if I'll be able to compose songs I've composed in Mabinogi and Mabinogi Mobile as well. The way the bard system works over there, I have no idea, and I'm very curious about diving into that, too. And seeing, like, how good it is at the social aspect of being an MMO. Like, even if I play the desktop version, I'll probably download it on my tablet and try composing a song just for fun. Just to see how that works. Oops, used that a little too early. I meant to get him with Shockwave. That pet buff is going to wear off pretty soon, so my XP flow is going to decrease a little bit. Since level is a little less relevant, I don't really pay too much attention what level I am before a boss. I mostly just do this level up as much as possible. But yeah, I guess if I was gonna run like a veteran dungeon and I wanted to be a higher level to have like some higher stats, I might do this first. I don't really do a lot of the endgame raid dungeons though, so yeah, it might be better to be level 200 than going into Glenberna or something. I would have no idea. AP farming, and also because as I level up, my Arcana also levels up. So I'm getting as high as I can, mostly so my Dark Diviner will get more levels out of it. Yeah, I guess AP is one of the things too. Also, I have the bunny doll bag summoned because these zombies also drop gems too, so that helps my spirit weapon growth a little bit. So it's actually level up quite a few different things at the same time. There's the bear. Okay, let's go ahead and use this. Nice. Shadow Flare is also a pretty quick way to take out the bear. And sometimes those zombies build up in the back. Come on, go out this way a little. There we go. Yeah, it sort of does. I mean, at least from what I've seen. But I feel like since it'll be a mobile game, it'll be the perfect, and it'll be the more perfect Mabinogi too, because it'll be unique enough and have enough differences to be lovable, but at the same time, it won't have enough unique differences to replace the main game. I mean, technically, Vindictus was supposed to be the official Mabinogi too, but that one never really felt like it to me. It looked a little weird with it being all real-worldy, and then they just had some Mabinogi soundtracks and noises when you completed quests and stuff. It was a little odd. That's like an anime character waking up in the real world and realizing they're suddenly a real person. Like, what a strange and off-putting experience. I think with Vindictus, I did enjoy the combat, I just didn't enjoy anything else about it. Like, I think moving through a dungeon in Vindictus and, like, fighting felt really good, but everything else about it was just a little odd. It wasn't necessarily a bad game, it just didn't really work out. I think I played it for maybe a month off and on. And also, didn't they do like a new Vindictus game? I think there's like some sort of single-player version of Vindictus now, or coming out soon or something. But I'm not sure if that's like connected to the MMO one in any way. I mean, aside from Kartrider Rush, the mobile Kartrider game, and Mabinogi, those are the only two Nexon games I play consistently. Mabinogi is the main poison that I keep coming back for. I've tried other Nexon games like once in a while, like I played MS2, I played MS1, Vindictus a little bit, but they don't stick the same way Mabinogi does. Like, the only major thing I miss from MS2 more than anything else is they had a wider variety of instruments for their barding, so they actually had like an ocarina in MS2, and I wish that Mabinogi had an ocarina instrument now. Especially since I also have a few Zelda songs composed on my other character. Like, I think I've heard the name Combat Arms floating around, but like I don't really know anything about it. I never really checked it out. The first laptop I ever had was a really crappy laptop I bought like when I was 17 years old. It had It had like less than 2 gigs of memory. It had like just under 2 gigs of memory in it. And I would play Mabinogi on that. And that toaster, that one got real hot. I'd be running Longa Dungeon and like, you could probably cook a Pop-Tart on that thing. I don't think I've used a Dell computer since I was in school. Like, they had Dell computers there. Not sure how powerful they were, though. I never really bothered looking at the specs on them. Like, my parents had like a old desktop with Windows XP on it, and then I got my first crappy laptop that had Windows Vista on it, I believe. And then after that, about 5 or 6 years later, I probably got a better laptop that had Windows 7 on it, and that one had like 4 gigs of memory. And then after that, I had my first gaming PC built. I mean, they're gonna have a desktop version for Mabinogi Mobile too, so apparently you can play that on your mobile device or like a laptop or desktop. I don't think it'll have very high system requirements for running on a desktop. I mean, it's a mobile game. The only mobile game I know of that has really high system requirements for the desktop is like Genshin. I don't think it'll be on that level. Hey, nothing wrong with living cheap. Uh-oh. Do that for a second. Nope, nope. Oh, the bear got me. Like, the only times I'm not cheap is when I'm buying computer parts. It's the only time when I realize it's better not to be cheap. But most of the time I don't mind being a fairly cheap person. Only 4 minutes left. I guess I might as well finish the mission then. Not too happy about being forced to upgrade to Windows 11 soon, though. That's kind of gonna suck. I forget how much of a copy of Windows 11 is. I think it's like $80 or something. I didn't fish him off. Okay, we'll use that then. There we go. Looks like I'll reach 180 something. That's good enough. I'll sell for $179. And tons of gems. Let's get rid of some of those. Okay, raise their bond by 10. Oh, this one needs their bond raised a lot more than that. So we'll raise that one up by 30 now. Okay, and that one's maxed out. Okay, so level per. Then increase it by another 20. Okay, so the rest can go to Irie then. And let's reset our level there. So, where is Dark Diviner? Level 3, that's not too bad. I think I can learn another skill at level 4 or something? Let's find out. Yeah, level 4 or higher. Polar Vor. Okay, if we take this up, we can learn. Hex Shroud. Cool. Let's get that. I'll keep an eye on your Discord then on the weekend. I'll try and tune in for one of those streams. But yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I'm gonna try and make sure I stop by once in a while. Oh yeah, there's lots of players coming back to Mabinogi that are completely lost on what to do, so... The game has changed a lot since the old days. But, it's pretty beginner-friendly these days, I think. See, I mostly just need to get to rank 4 or higher for most of these. I mean level 4 or higher, which won't be a problem. We're already level 3. Also, depending on what time you're streaming, 7 p.m. is the Tara Banquet on Saturdays, so if you want to do a lot of socializing, that might be a good place to look. I try and go when I remember, or when I have time. Sometimes people do bar groups over there. It's basically just like right when you enter Tara Castle in the main big hall, a bunch of tables and stuff appear, and groups, mostly guilds I imagine, set up like tables over there. So it's just a chill, friendly thing. Yeah, I can't really bard on stream, and I really miss barding, so that's why I go to the banquets, because there are bard groups there sometimes, and I miss barding a lot, so that's when I usually get my fill on that. In fact, Like, this pet holds most of the instruments that I use. Like, I really like the way the Milky Way instruments look, so... I have, like, the Milky Way piano and harp. And... actually, most of these Milky Way instruments are free in the game. You can get these just by doing quests and stuff. It's only really the harp and piano, I think, that were in a gacha. But they're pretty cheap in the auction house now. Those all came out with, like, the music queue update. That was also one of the last updates or events or whatever that CM Sabina was a part of. Shortly after that, she actually, like, left as our community manager. I don't know. I've heard that a lot of things happened. There was some sort of like thing that happened in the game, and I guess she left as a result. There was like some sort of incident in the game, and she was getting like threats and stuff, I think. But yeah, that was a long time ago. Like, geez, what year was that? I don't even remember. Yeah, we've been through a few CMs since then. Like maybe 2 or 3. How are those homestead things doing? Okay, we got 30 minutes or so left on that, so I'll go back for those later. I think I'm going to do commerce. Because I need gold and I need to level. Actually, I don't really need gold. I have over 1 million, but I'm still going to commerce anyway. One nice trick for commerce, especially if you're doing commerce in Idia, where the trading posts are really far away, is if you can get your hands on speedwalk potions from certain events. These will also boost the speed of your commerce mounts. So using this with like a commerce wagon will make you go way faster. Yeah, I love the alpaca pets, they're cool. They have the special alpaca wagon, which is an improved version of the horse wagon. If you try and use the horse wagon while an alpaca is summoned, and also you can pick them up, and when you're riding them, they can jump. Take these to Bangor. It's kind of wild how in most MMOs you can, like, you have the freedom to jump anytime you want, but Mabinogi jumping is a privilege. Like, you can do it with the alpaca, you can do it with the gesture, you can do it with an umbrella, but you don't just naturally have the ability to jump in this game. Like, I remember back when, like, I was taking the game seriously for the first time, and umbrellas were such a big deal. Everyone wanted umbrellas, and like, I saw some of my friends with umbrellas, and I'm like, how the heck are you jumping like that? And then I had to get one. There were two big chances for that after the server merges. Like, after we merged, well, after the other three servers merged and formed Neo and left us out on Alexina, they all had a chance to break the seals again. And then after the second server merge a year later, everyone had the opportunity to be a seal breaker when we all merged into Aaron's server. But yeah, that would be kind of cool, having your name, like, immortalized somewhere in the game by breaking one of those seal stones. The only thing about the seal stones, though, is I wish they would clean up the debris already. Like, outside of Bangor is a perfect example. You can still see the destroyed seal stone all over the ground. It's a big mess. If you want to still have the player name over there, or put a sign next to it that has all the players that ever broke a seal stone there, that'd be cool. But why is the stone still making a mess and making the entrance to Bangor or the entrance to other areas look like crap? Like, from the distance, you can't see the rubble because it hasn't loaded yet. And it looks really good. And then I'm gonna get closer. And then the game's gonna actually load it in, make it appear. And that kind of... I think they could put a sign, like, right here, and you could hover over it, and it could say... A sign could say, like, this player, the seal breaker of like Alexina, or like this player, the seal breaker of Mari. They could just list all the seal breakers for Bangor on a sign and what server they're originally from to like immortalize them. Okay, Capes isn't exactly ideal for transporting Bangor goods, so I better pick coal, the light stuff. So... let's go to... I guess Tara's really the best bet. And since I want to move a little faster, we're going to use some speed potion action. And we can also use one of these potions, specifically for commerce. And then let's go ahead and use one of these things since they expire. Uh-oh. So we're basically just going to go back the way we came into E main, and then we'll go into Blago Prairie and over into Tara. And I'm going to wipe out the ogre. For no real reason other than I don't like him. Ooh, I'm level 4, so I can actually learn that other skill. Or multiple skills, actually. So it's really just Seething Mana that I can't learn until 10 or higher? Okay, cool. And this one... Okay, this is the one that gives you more torch. I put that one on F1. And then render mana gives you more mana. I put that one on F2. Yeah, just like that. I guess I should level up Tara's trading post rating too. So... I'll just take these to tour for 193. I don't know. I don't think I'm too focused. Commerce is pretty laid back content, really. There we go. Did some good seasonal ducats off of that. And really quick, I'll be right back in about a minute, and then I'll do some more commerce. Because why not? Alright, let's get back to the commerce stuff. So we'll take that to Tara for 54. I think after this I might do a round of bounty hunting, because I also have that pass that I want to use before that expires. Just don't want it to go to waste. Oh yeah, that longa music is coming back. You know what would be really cool is if they make Longa Dungeon and Mabinogi mobile and hearing the dungeon track for that. Like if they remake the Longa track. They've done a pretty good job remixing pretty much every other track, so I think it'd be cool. Assuming Mabinogi Mobile eventually gets their own version of Idia. Let's sell this here for 54. Very nice. And also I leveled up my seasonal commerce thing. So I can claim some speed potions. If I get to bronze 2, I can get 200,000 seasonal ducats. Not gonna go very far in this season since I'm a rookie at commerce right now. Okay, but bounty hunting. I want to use up that bronze card. I think I'll go after Zippy, since he's one of the ones I need a transformation of. And let's start poking around mana tunnels. What would that be mixed with? Like chain slasher and maybe like archery? Because the crossbow is connected to archery. And then if you want sort of like a dark element, then chain slasher kind of fits because you're stealing Dorcha from like the enemies, sort of like how a vampire like takes people's blood. Yeah, I'd be cool with that. I mean, I'm more of like a close range type combat player, but I mean, I'm open to trying anything. Personally, I would like to see Arcanas for Fighter and Ninja, not necessarily combined. I would just like to see something, an Arcana for Fighter, and then like a separate second Arcana that involved combining Ninja with something else. Oh, and there's not Lost Homestead Pass. I didn't realize that dropped. Let's hope it didn't expire. Where'd it go? There it is. Yeah, it'd be interesting to combine Ninja and Fighter. I wonder how the skills would work for something like that, though. And the Arcana, like, talents and skills feel kind of similar to the job system from FF14, which might be kind of relevant because, I mean, there are a lot of players on the Japanese server that play Mabinogi and FF14. They, like, switch between MMOs, so we could get, like, a lot of players from that MMO coming here after Unreal. So it's good to have a system that's at least slightly familiar to them. And so far I like all the Arcana candidates too. Like, I think most of them pretty much have pretty interesting stories and stuff. Like, that's all well done. It'd be kind of cool if like the Arcana candidates and their stories was voiced. That'd be a step up. AI voicing the characters, I don't know, I mean, I guess. I mean, I imagine that would be way cheaper than hiring someone to, or multiple people to do multiple different voices for stuff. I mean, as long as the voices sound good, I don't really give a crap if AI does it. I just think that whenever there's, like, voiced stuff in Mabinogi, it makes the story content way more engaging. Like, when they voiced Gen 1 through 3, I actually read most of Gen 1 through 3 for the first time in, like, 5 years. I'm just like, wow, this story's more interesting than I remember it being. And maybe that's because I'm actually reading it this time. How long do I have on those? 19 days? So we don't have to process those threads today. Let's go ahead and put all our speed potions in one spot. I think Dark Diviner is something fun to work towards. I like the way Dark Diviner feels. But then again, that's also because I just like mage a lot. Which actually wasn't always the case. Like, in the past I was more of the warrior guy, where it's just like, I ran into battle with a sword and I didn't really think. Just sort of slash anything in front of you. So, I like swords, but I've also grown to appreciate magic in my later years. I don't know, maybe it's sort of like becoming a wizard. The older you get, the more you think before you jump into battle. Here's the real secret. Like once you turn 30, you enter your wizard years. Like once you turn 30, you just realize, holy crap, I'm 30 years old. I can't be, you know, the same stupid, you know, person that I used to be. You know, it's like you look back at your life and you're like, wow, I really was an idiot before, you know? You have that sort of revelation when you're 30. I confirmed that with my friend too, my artist, because he's like a few years younger than me, and when he turned 30, I was like, he was like, wow, I'm 30, and I'm like, yeah, it feels like, you know, you can still have fun doing stuff, watching anime and being a nerd, but it's like you realize what an idiot you were before and all that, and it's like, yeah, it's the same feeling. He was like, yeah, that it describes it perfectly. I'm like, yep, welcome to the club. It's like 30 you become self-aware, and then like everything before that you're just kind of acting on impulse, acting stupid. That's sort of what it's like. I don't know. Like, I feel like when I turned 30, I really mellowed out, even more than I already, like, had. I've always tried to be a very neutral and passive person pretty much most of my life, but I mellowed out even more when I turned 30. It was actually kind of funny too, like when I was in high school, they actually taught martial arts there and stuff, and I did technically have one rival when I was in high school, and by rival I mean one kind of annoying person who could never really annoy me, and I didn't really care. So we would compete in like martial arts stuff or whatever, and probably I was maybe a little bit stronger than him physically, but not by much. But no, it was funny. Like sometimes at school at lunch break, he would just randomly attack me, and I just wouldn't care, and I'd be like, whatever, you know. It wasn't like a serious like anyone's gonna kill each other kind of fight or anything like that. It was just like sort of like a ninja sneak attack, just to see if he could best me or something. And I was just like a statue. I'm like, huh? Oh, okay then. No, but I thought it was funny because, like, his whole goal was to try to either prove he was stronger than me or he was trying to piss me off, to see if he could actually make me mad. And most of the time I was just like, oh, this again? Yeah, okay. Yeah, it was no big deal. And since I was a neutral party a lot, like, it kind of, like, I don't know, I pretty much got along with most people. You know, it was like, most of the nerds that liked superhero shows or, you know, video games or anything like that, or anime, like, pretty much got along with most of them, including, like, I knew two or three people that had serious anger issues back then, and like I even got along with them fairly well. Yeah, like one of my friends in grade school who had anger issues, like maybe like once or twice, like maybe once every 2 or 3 weeks, he would just like have like a massive fit at school or something, and then you know, I'd just wait, and then afterwards I'd be like, okay, cool, you want to talk about Pokemon? What do you think about the new Pokemon game? And then he's just all calm after like a big rage fit, and he's like, oh yeah, Charizard is totally awesome, man. Like nothing happened. Well, yeah, I mean, that's what was important, right? You know, the game, talking about, you know... Think school's interesting? Not really. You know, we were just waiting for recess or lunch so we could play on our Game Boy Colors. You know, the weird thing is, at school and stuff, I knew 3 guys that were all named Matthew, and 2 of them had really bad anger issues, and one of them was sort of a know-it-all nerd, and I got along with all 3 of them perfectly fine. Like, there was one I knew in grade school, and then I knew the other 2 when I was, like, in high school. And it was funny, like, the one that was, like, a know-it-all nerd and everything like that, it was funny because my friend and I laughed at him once when he was kind of acting like a know-it-all, like a, you know, being all smart about something, and he was eating instant ramen from a cup, and he walked right into a wooden pole. Like, just in the middle of lunch, we were just walking around the school, and he walks right into a wooden pole. I'm like, you're so smart, why didn't you see that coming? That was great. He was a good sport about it. Then when he got bested. And then apparently, and I wasn't there, but I heard that the one that was a nerd got into a fight with the one that had anger issues. And I had talked to the one that had anger issues a few times before, but apparently he did something to piss him off during lunch, and they got into a fight where the one with anger issues pinned him up against the wall, and I guess, like, he got in big trouble for that. Like, he got suspended, and he can only be at the library for like a little bit. For like a month, he had to be supervised and stuff. And I talked to him in the library, and I'm like, dude, I heard about your fight, what happened? And he's like, no big deal, the nerd just pissed me off a little bit, you know, we're cool now. I'm like, yeah, he pisses me off too. And then we just talked about, like, a superhero show that we like or whatever, and it's just like, yeah, everything's chill. Like, he admitted that he overreacted, deserved his punishment and all that, you know? That's the funny thing about, like, a lot of those, like, kids that had, like, anger issues back then, is afterwards, they were so calm and normal for, like, the longest amount of time. Yeah, honestly, my secret to avoiding fights was simply observing. So like I'd be neutral about everything, but I would notice almost everything about my teachers and classmates, and I would know a lot about them. So if anyone ever tried to pick a fight with me or something like that, I would instantly know like something embarrassing about them that they did that I could bring up that would just send them into a fit, and then they'd never want to talk to me again. And that's how I dealt with most fights or bullies. Never really had to throw a punch. Yeah, like there was this one really annoying guy at school who, you know, always seemed to follow me around or whatever, acting like my babysitter or something, you know, always in my business about something for no reason. So one time he's giving me crap about like playing Game Boy at lunch or something like that. And he thinks that so he's giving me crap about me playing Game Boy at lunch, and he's like, I'm gonna go tell the office that you're playing your Game Boy at lunch or something like that, some sort of like flex or whatever. But I put up with him kind of being a little annoying on and off for 2 or 3 years, honestly. And there were 2 classes I had with him, science and martial arts. And in science class, about a month before he picked that fight, he was dumb enough to actually stick a paper clip into an outlet plug. And when it happened, there was a big flash of light in the desk behind me, because he was sitting behind me when it happened. And science teacher was a funny guy. You couldn't piss that science teacher off. He was the best science teacher I ever had. He was like a genius in science, to the point where he could just basically make jokes about it while he taught the class. That was the only time that I ever see him even get remotely serious, was when 2 idiots stuck a paperclip into an outlet plug. And like, luckily no one was hurt or anything like that. Like, he didn't get shocked or anything, unfortunately, right? But like, so he's giving me crap, and I just go, look, man, no offense, but I don't think I need to be taking advice from someone that stuck a paperclip in an outlet plug. And he totally flips out, and he's like, well, that was just because, like, I'm like, yeah, yeah, please go on. And then he just says like 1 or 2 other things and storms out of the room in a puff. And then, for the most part, I still saw him around. He may have made like 1 or 2 like smart remarks, but overall he started leaving me alone. Great times. I mean, the truth is, like, I'll leave people alone, you know. Like, I won't go looking for a fight, you know. I'm pretty neutral, even if someone's, you know. even if someone's kind of being annoying. But like, if you're annoying for 6 months to a year, yeah, then no, I'll take an opportunity and you know, I'll get you eventually. So I don't think I'm going to do any more commerce. I think I'm going to do the Echo Stone dungeon. I want to level up my Echo Stones a little bit. Because I gotta get some stats from those. What level are they anyway? I don't even know. Okay, so I literally only did the story stuff to unlock them. I haven't leveled them at all. Oh yeah, En's a really pretty character. I like the way the dungeon looks. It's sort of like your Naruto character running on water. I think my favorite NPC, at least favorite old NPC, is Melez, the blacksmith in Philia. She has always been one of my favorite characters. Yeah, I think a lot of people like Mabinogi just for the sheer level of freedom alone. Like, the thing I don't like about most MMOs is even the other ones that do give you a lot of freedom basically tell you you still have to play a certain way. Mabinogi offers you, like, way more freedom. Oh, and this is actually the theme for the Blast Lancer candidate. This is like White Wolf or something like that. He has a really cool theme song. I mean, there are definitely a lot of my characters that I've grown attached to, and I definitely... I do kind of consider it their own anime journey to some extent. Well, except for the ones that are just for bank space. There are some characters that solely exist to expand my bank. But I have a handful of characters that I care about. Oh, and I actually have like 1 or 2 characters that like cosplay. Like I have one character that looks that I basically made like a Garp cosplay. I basically turned a giant into Garp from One Piece. Yeah, because they released like a sailor's outfit gacha thing that had outfits that kind of fit that marine look, and I was like, hey, wait a minute, I could probably make a version of Garp with this. So I did. Don't really use that character very much, but... Oh, did I miss one of these things back here? I think I did. Also can't use Shadow Cloak here. That skill's useless. I think they killed his character off, didn't they? I don't know if he's alive or and like in a prison cell, or if they actually killed him off. I also don't know if the manga's revealed anything like that yet or not. Yeah, that's probably the approach that they went with, because a lot of people actually care about his character. I think it's pretty much confirmed that Eustace kid was killed off and no one cares about him. Like, I'm not sad he's gone. That guy was annoying. Yeah, like he's dead. Oh well, sucks to be him. That's what happens when you like pick a fight with Shanks, right? Let's switch to magic. I don't think I could get both of them with Meteor, could I? No, that's okay. This will either miss... Yeah, I missed both of them. Okay, that's what I thought would happen. The other thing about Eustace Kid is since he had Eustace in his name, I always remembered Eustace from like Courage the Cowardly Dog, and then I would also I'd also think, wow, if they put Eustace from Courage the Cowardly Dog in here, he'd actually be a pretty badass pirate. I think he'd make a great pirate with his kind of like attitude and all that. Yeah, absolutely. Just give him some sort of like devil fruit power. Yeah, he'd be kicking butt. Yeah, something like that. Then they also had like that other really annoying guy that encouraged that guy that would go, "Watch where you're going, you foo." Just imagine if they put him in One Piece too. They could have him like go past like Whitebeard and piss him off and be like, "Watch where you're going, you foo," and then Whitebeard just causes an earthquake and wipes him out. Okay, I'm gonna want my chain blade here. This part. Oh yeah, I remember there was like this one really weird episode where he wanted to steal Muriel's bones for the Empress. Oh yeah, I'm a big King of the Hill fan. The reboot is starting up August 4th. I'm gonna be watching that. I feel like King of the Hill is also one of those things you appreciate a little bit more when you get older too. Because it's like... I don't know, I didn't think it was the best thing ever when I was like 13, but like now that I'm old, it's like, oh yeah, this is actually way better than I remember. Crap, that's not the move I meant to use. There, pull this one close. Okay, so now we have the boss. Yeah, but most cartoons and most like sitcoms and stuff on Adult Swim and Cartoon Network and like Nickelodeon and stuff, I saw most of those when I was a kid. Good times. Most of them were good. Outrunning these discs kind of reminds me of that, of the Frieza fight in DBZ. Like when Goku had to outrun Frieza's energy discs. Yeah, he got himself with the zone attack. I mean, that move was basically just a better version of Destructo Disc. Oh, he got me with that once. Okay, he's gonna do the big attack. Let's figure out where all those are going. Perfect. Yes, that was a hit. That was all I wanted to do. I think this boss is a very good, like, intermediate boss for new players. Like, this boss is pretty predictable, easy to dodge, and a good way to get ready for, like, some of the super endgame bosses that are later. Ooh, don't want to be standing there. I don't know, golems can be kind of annoying sometimes. Well, it also depends on what what talent you're using to fight a golem, but sometimes a golem can just be a real pain in the butt. Spiders are like that too, like the giant spider bosses in like Albi Dungeon. Sometimes if you're using the wrong talent, like they can just be really annoying. Eh, the attack's still following me. There we go. Alright. Let's go ahead and pick that up. Let's do some upgrades. Let's advance an Echo Stone. Wait, where's my stuff? Oh, here it is. More mana would be nice, so let's upgrade this one. Oh, 100% success rate every time there. That's nice. That'll get more difficult later, though. See, now we're getting 6 HP, mana, and stamina from that, so it's kind of worth it taking these up a little bit. Wait, let's put this over here, and then the chain blade over here, and then gonna do a little homestead work. Yeah, Akin lives a very simple life, which is the way he prefers it. Let's plant some more cabbages, because I think that's the highest homestead seed that I have right now. Do these passes increase the XP that you get from... No, not really, okay. I think we're gonna do a little bounty hunting. So for bounty hunting... we'll equip that too. The reason I'm equipping my pick for bounty hunting, and another reason I'm partly doing it, is because every outlaw homestead that I go to, or bandit homestead, you can farm 2 homestead stone from their homestead stone pile. And I need more homestead stone, and that's one way to get more. Let's go after Zippy. No Face Nelson was also fun to hunt. Collecting those transformation points. No luck here. Let's try this one. Not seeing anyone showing up. Let's try this one next. There's some bandits. Don't think anyone dropped a homestead pass though. So the search continues. And it doesn't look like any other bandits are showing up in this area. Try this one next. Okay, no one out here. Oh wait, here's one. So one slight disadvantage to playing other music while I play Mabinogi is it's a little bit harder to hear the heartbeat noise when the bandits are close. Have to be a little bit more observant. Not much, just a little bit. Like, I can still hear it, it's just more faint. Because, like, when you have the in-game music turned on, then, like, whatever music track is playing automatically turns, like, off. So you can actually hear it. Yeah. Oh, I need to use one of these. Okay, and I don't really care that much if the outlaw actually shows up, so I'm mostly here for his homestead stone and extra ducats. See, we can hit it twice, and that's more homestead stone. And we can also get homestead stone from fishing, and then there's like one daily in Cobb that gives homestead stone as a reward. Gives like 2. You can also just buy homestead stone too. There's like a cash shop item that gives you like a lot of homestead stones if you really need them. And like those can be sold in the auction house, so there is that option too. Alright, Zippy, let's go again. And no luck here. Oh wait, hang on a second. I've been deceived. Or at least I think I've been deceived, unless I was seeing a mirage. Of course, the cloud is stuck over there. I thought I saw something before I left, right over here. Here we go. So I wasn't being deceived. Ow. Alright, we got a pass. Done. And your homestead stone is mine. I wonder, technically you can even use their blacksmith station here too, right? Huh. That's cool. Got tomato seeds. Yeah, they steal from people and then I hunt them down and then I steal from them, because why not? I mean, it's already stolen, so if I'm stealing it, then who cares? Remember that SpongeBob episode? It's only borrowing, and borrowing's okay, right? I'm just taking it back to the owner, you know? All that stuff is borrowed. Everyone knows that. Although I am a little curious why he needed to borrow Mrs. Puff's hair curlers. I also thought the show that they had Mr. Krabs watching on his TV that was in black and white, where it showed like a crab stealing like another crab's shell. Was pretty funny. Cabbage seeds. I wonder, can I check my homestead stone from here? Oops, I mean to enter. I guess that works too. 53. But, like, from the UI, can I see how many homestead stone I have? Oh yeah, I can. 53 right here. That's cool. I think I'll do 1 or 2 more bounty hunting rounds. Am I sure there's no bandits out here? They could be trying to trick me again. Looks like this time there are no bandits out here. Let's try this one. Here we go. Okay, I don't think anyone dropped the homestead pass this time. No. Let's go a little bit further out. Maybe I'll get lucky. No, I don't think there's anyone else out here. Okay, I don't think there are any bandits out here. Let's try the Dragon Ruins next. Here we go. Oh. Do that. I gotta repair my staff. That's better. And there's the homestead pass. Okay, that's good enough for now. What level is Dark Diviner now, anyway? Level 5. What level's my cleric one at? Seasoned? Yeah, I gotta do a bunch of work on that. Gotta learn natural shield. I think mana shield's capped. I could take up first aid more. And I gotta tramp my elemental shields more. Alright, well I think this is a pretty good stopping point for today, and we can focus on more Grandmaster missions, stand tests, and leveling Dark Diviner tomorrow. And then we'll focus a lot of attention on Stardust on Friday, I think.